Hello. 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 Actually, let's do this. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how this is going to go. Okay, see here, okay, baking used to handle structs. Because we used to go, what? Okay, hold on. Back that bus up. Oh, because it could be dynamic. What? Okay. Okay. Some things need to change here. That's all. That's all. Any Black Friday programmer laptop recommendations? No, all laptops are bad. I am hungry again. Guys, I just want to eat everything until I die of over fatness. It's going to be really bad. My Thanksgiving plans are I'm going to stay in this apartment and maybe order a pizza or something. I don't know. Okay. This loop used to handle structs anyway for dynamic specialize. So it's not that big of a step. To make it work. Okay. You really should just use the name of the directive. Okay. Now this thing here, this is not really about dynamic specialize or not anymore. Wait, we do dynamic specialize on type? What? Okay, hold on. Oh, that's gross. That's gross, dude. I know why I did that, but it's gross. Okay. Actually, it's not gross because it was mandatory. Actually, no. Okay, so if it's a lambda, we get lambda set. If it's a struct, we get desc set. And if we're in dynamic specialize, we get the dynamic specialize defin, which who knows if we even use that. We'll find out. What is bake? It's when you have a short attention span and you can't deal with programming anymore, so you got to get real high. This seems wrong because for dynamic specialize, we were requiring a struct description. So it may be that we no longer handle type info pointer, which is fine by me. Let me just see. We don't even use that feature very much, but we do in a couple of places. Not at all in modules. This is printing it out. Okay, so here we just use it directly on these things. I think that's better. And if you need to do it on a type info, we'll make a separate built-in for that. I think that's better. Okay. So we're going to get rid of this is type info pointer thing, which means we can get rid of this. Is pointer to type info. Okay, so other people call that, so we'll leave it for now. Okay. So let's see where else we're trying to use that defin, if at all. Nope. I guess we weren't. Okay, great. So we come down here. So the first thing we're going to do is argumentbake. We're going to make that work, and so that would be here. And so we do the bakes. Interesting. Okay, so this is just the last part that we need to deal with. So we get a polymorph proposal down here. Honestly, this is weird because we can yield down here, so we really only should do this stuff once. Okay, so I just screwed up and scrolled too far. All right, so what I'm going to do is put a bunch of this into an if statement. Where we say, because this can yield here, so we have this polymorph do progress, right? I guess that's fine. Okay, so we're just making a little code path for us to go. Long time since I uploaded to YouTube. Yeah, I mean, we just haven't been doing the kind of video that I like uploading to YouTube. Also, YouTube keeps banning everybody, so why should I contribute to that? It's hard to be enthusiastic about contributing to a platform that is itself contributing to the downfall of freedom. So, what's the chance of language becoming available to the public early next year? I don't know. I mean, we're just getting all the stuff done right now. It could be said for Twitch as well. I guess that's true. It's not as bad though. Yet. You were curious about the update or new feature type of videos. I stopped doing those because they were being abused. I don't like being abused, so I stopped doing them. Because I'm so hungry, we're going to do microwave spring rolls. They are lucky microwave spring rolls. Oven to 375 degrees. Let's do that. We can wait a little bit. So we're going to preheat our oven to 375 degrees. See how long that takes. Will beta testers be able to write a book? I don't know. Like, again, like, there seems to be this kind of weird gold rush mentality of everybody wanting to exploit a thing or get their name on a thing. And I'm not very excited about that. I'm excited about making something that is as useful as possible and is as good as possible. It's the other stuff that grosses me out, honestly. I hope game design classes are good in Brazil. They are often not that good here. Abused by stealing ideas. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it too much because I've ranted about it many times already. But basically, there were people whose like publicity model was to fast follow what I was doing with like a lower quality version of it. And the whole reason I am doing this is to do put in the time and do the high quality version of it and not export more incompletely functional, badly working toxic waste into the environment, you know? And so when people used my efforts to actually do the thing that I was trying to avoid doing, I got really annoyed on multiple levels. I've been to Brazil before, but it was a long time ago. I forget what the name of the conference was. I was there at a conference. Okay. Yeah, mostly it's people doing language features badly, but even if they do them well, it's kind of tasteless to like use somebody's ideas and then try to jump out in front of them, don't you think? It's like, what are you doing? And you know, when you put in this much effort, like I've been working on this thing for like 6 years. Not quite full time for 6 years, but full time for a little less than that. And like when you put in that much work to make something good and people are jerks about it, it really doesn't feel good. That's all. It's a big dream among Brazilian game designers to go to work in the US. Well, you know, there are some companies in the US that I don't recommend you work for, but there are others that are pretty good. What's the rationale for not developing it openly? Because look at all the open source software. What do you mean? What's the rationale for developing it openly? What do you think that will do? I would like to hear the answer to that. I've got 327 people who'd probably look at the code. Okay, that's fine. And what will that do? You can have it in the open without accepting contributions. Yeah, but then I have to listen to everybody's entitled emails that they email me saying, I think your language should not have semicolons, or like, I don't like the syntax for when you do this directive, or like all these meaningless things. It's like Twitter. I don't want Twitter in my email inbox. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's being done the way that it is. Can I be more specific on what is wrong with the open source community? Open source software has been stagnant for 20 plus years. If I thought it was doing a good job, why would I have to do something else? Open source software also almost never does anything creative. All they ever do is copy other things in a kind of a bad way. They're very bad at creativity, for some reason. Why do I think people try to copy the compiler ideas but not the Sokoban game ideas? Yeah, that's an interesting one. There's something weird about programming languages where everybody thinks they could be like some kind of hero on the internet for small amounts of effort. It affected our team internally too. It's really, people go psycho when programming languages are involved. I don't know why. I legitimately do not fully understand what happens there. Does the language allow negative indices? I mean, not really. No. It's harder to copy game design. That could be true. But yeah, I don't know. Is a second talk coming online? No, I've just been prioritizing other things. There's definitely one or two other talks in the queue that I want to do some more work on. It's just I've got so much to do right now. I can't do everything. Okay, so what do I do when the preheat is done? Place rolls on cookie sheet. Oh, I'm not preheating the cookie sheet, so I probably should do that. Preheating is almost done. I'm glad you guys like the streams. Sometimes streaming is difficult. Other times it's not. Game design is very copied. It is sometimes. Game design is very copied when people can see what is good about it and how it will succeed in their own game. So like Counter-Strike for some reason didn't get copied until Valorant, or not really, not by anything big budget. So that was weird. Braid really never got copied. People just did other games with time stuff that was not as extensive as what Braid did. So maybe they thought that was too hard or something. Witness never really got copied. There are games that, there are games that are obviously inspired by that game, but every one that I've seen was its own thing, right? It wasn't like a copy of The Witness. So, like with the case of a game like The Witness, it's like what's good about it is subtle enough that you can't really just copy it that easily. Right. On the other hand, yeah, like there's first-person shooters and stuff that just all copy each other, Like everyone was copying PUBG, and now PUBG has like trains from Apex Legends in it and stuff, It's like, whatever, guys. Anything cool happening in the game? We might work on the game some tonight for a little bit of a change. Would I want someone to copy The Witness or Braid? No. But there are definitely high-profile episodes of indie games getting copied. Like Threes got copied, and the people who copied it made tons more money. So that was interesting. I mean, that's a relatively simple game, but, Dota got copied. That is true. Does my chair not have armrest? No, it does. It's just I'm sitting this way for some reason right now. I'm just waiting for the preheat to finish so I can put the rolls in and then we can program some more. Totino's Pizza Rolls. I wish I had Totino's Pizza Rolls and I could watch some Red Letter Media videos and it would be great. No, the way that I knew Twitch streamers were pirating the game was it was just a fluke. So the Chinese pirates were very fast to pirate the game, like break the Steam whatever, security, right? And so a version of the game went up in China really fast, right? But they also hard-coded it to output simplified Chinese. Like they hacked the part of the game that figures out what language it should be to be simplified Chinese because, I don't know, because like we would look at the desktop language and maybe that doesn't actually do the right thing for everyone in China. I don't know, but they did that. Now, the code for the game changes formatting based on whether it's Chinese or not, because it needs a lot more spacing. Okay, but so some other hackers said, okay, instead of doing our own pirate of breaking the Steam encryption our own, we're going to just copy the Chinese version and then change it back to English, right? So they did that. So there was an English version of the Chinese version up on Pirate Bay and stuff. And that version had English fonts. They changed it back to English by like putting the fonts and the text files, copying them over the Chinese ones. But the spacing was totally fucked because it thought it was rendering in Chinese. And so I saw streamers, if you ever saw streamers playing the game with subtitles that were like super stretched out, that's what was going on. So I never called anyone out by name, but I came pretty close. Okay, so now those are in the oven and we have to put a timer of 8 minutes. And then we will flip the rolls over. Wow, this is so much more effort than just using the microwave. They better be good, man. Have I ever investigated the scale of pirating? For Braid, I was definitely doing some estimates, and it was over 90% piracy rate. For Witness, I don't know, but I assume it's probably the same. How did you figure that? I mean, you just look at I think I was just looking at how many active downloads there were on Pirate Bay and similar sites and just like sampling that. That doesn't really tell you China and stuff, but it tells you the West. Yeah, it's more than 90% generally, or at least it used to. Back in those days, it was very common for piracy rate to be greater than 90%, right? And so here's the thing. People like to say, as their way of justifying piracy, oh, most of those people wouldn't have paid for the game anyway, so it's fine. And it's like, okay, A, that doesn't make it fine, but B, imagine only 10% of those people who pirated it would have actually bought the game if piracy wasn't an option. 10% means that you would double your sales of your game, which is the difference between an independent developer going out of business and being extremely successful and being able to make the next game at a much higher budget, right? That's what happens when piracy rates are that high, is if you can convert 10% of the people, you become doubly successful. Do I agree with Gabe on his take on piracy? Probably not. I don't know what his take on piracy is. His take is that piracy is a service problem. I mean, I kind of agree, but I'm not sure I completely agree. I mean, I know what he's saying there. I think it is to an extent a service problem, yes. I have to thaw the sauce in like hot water. I feel like I'm making an MRE. The thing is that the huge 90% makes this game extremely more well-known and certainly makes it a lot more people will buy it than if piracy wasn't around. No, sorry. If I had the choice to have piracy or no piracy, I would choose no piracy. It's not worth it. Pretending like it's enough free advertising to make it worth it is not correct. That's just an excuse people make because they want to pirate things. Is the answer DRM? I don't know. I mean, it works great for game consoles. I don't know. I like the idea of open platforms and open software, but if it gets abused so much that you can't make games, then whatever. Have I considered a type system? What? How do you have a programming language without a type system? Or is this some kind of solution to piracy to have a type system? Have unsolvable puzzles as an anti-piracy measure. That actually, Infocom did that back in the day. If yield, yield, yield. I mean, you need some if yield, yield, yield in your life. All right, 1 minute 45, and then I flip the roles, and then we'll do some programming. Oh boy, we flipped the roles in less than 1 minute. Did I have trouble figuring out the whys in life when I was younger? Of course. Of course. We're baking our rolls while we bake our bakes in the game, in the language. So I flip them over, we heat for another 7 minutes, and then it's food time. Maybe if I'm still hungry, I should do an MRE stream tonight. I could get... whatever is the best MRE. Round 2. If piracy would be removed completely, PC popularity would probably go down too. Yeah, but those people don't buy anything, so it doesn't matter. Like, look, if people who basically act as leeches on the system, which is not a very kind word, but that's how it is, if those people go away, nobody's going to be sad. You know? And I speak as someone who did pirate games when he was a young teenager in high school and stuff. Back in the 80s when, you know, that was on BBSs, and I thought I was justified because there was no way I was going to be able to buy those games because my parents wouldn't give me money for games and all that. But yeah, no, it's not good. It's not good. It would have been better if I had... It's really weird. Like, we bought lots of Atari games, like cartridge games, but when it came to PC games, when it came to the games that were piratable, somehow all of a sudden, I never bought any of those. Funny how that works. But yeah, pretending like it'll damage the ecosystem if pirates go away, I think is wrong. If people who are not spending money go away, it actually helps developers because their support costs go down because they don't, like, we get so many support costs from people who are playing on, or support requests from people who are playing on pirated versions and say like, oh, this thinger doesn't work. And I'm like, are you playing the one off the Pirate Bay? I've actually asked people that before. Do I think some degree of pay what you feel would combat piracy? But Steam already has that. Dude, games go on sale on Steam for very cheap all the time. Humble Bundle does that. You know, both Braid and The Witness have been in Humble Bundles a lot. Help, I downloaded your game off Pirate Bay and my hard drive is now wiped. We never got that one. But I've got some that were definitely like, I think you're playing with a tampered version of the game. Let me try to do a little bit of programming before this rolls come out. Okay, so here at least, let's at least just get to this incomplete. That's actually a success to some degree. We need a test file, maybe. let's just go back down to nothing, because at some point copying and pasting a million things is, yeah, okay. A is a table from string to int. B is bake arguments table of this is actually going to be the same type. Actually, like, what are we even going to say about that? Okay. So, we are barfing. Basically, the R modified directives ready, for example, is it's complaining. But we're in do polymorph, I think, for a function. I think we're going to the wrong place. So let's just see. Wait, what? Oh, are we running the wrong? This is very, did we not build? You got to build the program. There we go, incomplete. So we're getting to the right place in the code. That's fine. Okay. So we can do this. So we actually don't do this proposal thing for structs because we don't have to interact with overloading. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. Like, maybe we should like harmonize. Do we have a call? I think we do. Yeah. Polymorph depth, and I'm looking at this over here. Is polyuse okay? Gonna do the same thing. Okay. Well, that claims to have compiled. Let me see if my rolls are done. They seem very hot, so we'll see. I've got some sauce from the packet. I've got some extra sauce in the fridge if we want that. I need advice on how to read and understand math-heavy scientific papers. I think being able to read or write proofs is useful. It is definitely useful, although honestly, when I read a paper and it's got a lot of math, my eyes glaze over too. I just like try to get the general idea, and then if I need to understand it better, I go back and reread it. But for me, skimming is kind of useful. Okay, so in theory, we did the polymorph, and it's fine. Spring rolls are not frozen on the inside. They are a little too moist and doughy, but what do you expect from frozen spring rolls, honestly? They're not very good. Blah. Okay. Well, let's make our little program do a little bit more. Now remember, this is not going to print the full type. Because, okay, here's the thing. These types are not actually even going to be equal, I don't think. No, wait, they should be. Right? Okay, good. Good, 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 good. So we successfully baked. How many words per minute can I type? At least 4. I mean, if they're really short words, like the word a, I can really type a lot of words per minute. So I may have really oversteeped my tea as well, except it's a second steeping, so maybe it's not that bad. We're going to get our alternative sauce as well for these not good spring rolls that we spent 15 minutes ovening. Honestly, for frozen spring rolls, just throw them in the microwave. Who would I hire between 2 programmers, same amount of experience? One worked AAA on specific team and the other a smaller game, but on most aspects solar dev. It depends on what each of those guys did. You can't tell from just that. Some people are on a AAA team and do a lot of important stuff. Some people are on a AAA team, but they're the person who just coasts by on everybody else's work, right? Some people make an indie game. It's a big, complicated, impressive thing. Some people make an indie game and it's Pong. So you can't narrow it down like that. Speaking of programming, you've been making a game. Yeah, just whisper me the link and I'll check it out. Long time no see. I have not been gaming for like a while. Yeah, I can't check it out right now because I'm focused on programming right this second, but now that I'm back home with a gaming PC, I could try more things. I was traveling for a while, and the laptop was not so good at the gaming. Yeah, maybe we could try Teardown again. It's weird. So when the Teardown videos were first posted, like a couple years ago, everyone was super hyped about it. But I feel like the game kind of just came out and disappeared. Is that what happened? Like, I feel like people cared about Teardown for like one day. I don't know if that means the game is bad or boring, or maybe just don't release a game within 1 month of a USA election. Like, I don't know. You can't whisper me. Oh, you know, it might be that chat is in follower only mode. That might block whispers or something. Let me try lifting that restriction for now. Like, we were just getting spam bots and it was real bad. All right, we're going to see what happens. It's early access. Yeah. I don't know. But does that mean it'll get a big splash when it comes out of early access? I don't know. Please do an M1 tinkering stream. I cannot. I asked Apple if that would be okay, and they said no. They said no. They said 9. No soup for you. Chaco didn't finish it. He must not like it that much then. Yeah, if the whisper isn't working, just put the name here in chat. Or even the link. I don't think we block links, so if you just want to put the link in chat. Oh, because you have a key. Yes, I got whispers. I got a whisper that says test, so that was successful. Okay. Okay. So now I want to bake one at a time. And then I want to say T2 judgment day is bake arguments middle of all right. And then C is of T2. What are the chances that that still works? I don't know. We probably have to fix something. It's missing argument value type. Yeah, okay. So maybe we won't allow that for now. That's actually fine by me. like we might want to support this. So what I was trying to do here is bake only one of the values and get an intermediate type and then bake another one later, which in principle we can do, and it's all fine. The thing is just, like, it's maybe not the best to push it right now. Like, we just want to ship the basic functionality to the people, not make it too complicated. There might be more fundamental problems with what's going on that we have to address. And then, you know, we can add that in later if we want to support that. It's one of those things that I did early on and I was like, oh, this is cool. But, you know, I haven't really actually used it ever for anything. So how cool is it actually? The name is Golf Party. All right. That sounds entertaining. Everyone likes a golf party. Everyone likes a golf party. Can you still bake just some of the arguments of a procedure? Yes. The difference is procedures can live on their own right now, and we just don't let structs do that, which I'm fine with. We can tighten that up later. Let's actually do this is a little bit silly, honestly. I mean, it works, but it doesn't give us any new ability right now, because if we don't let you do intermediate results, maybe I should, because if I don't let you do intermediate results with this, it's literally no different than just saying this. You don't have any additional capabilities. See what I'm saying? So maybe we try that. Let's undo for a second. We'll try it. See, I talked myself out of it, and now I'm talking myself back into it. Okay. Really? Where is this? See, yeah, it's this one. Are we still doing A? No. All right, let's see what happens. I don't care about that breakpoint. Handle it better. Okay. So we're here. We're in resolve potential overloads. Oh. Why is this a lambda? Oh, this, okay, never mind. This is not the right break because we didn't say, see, this can happen during a regular overload failure. We want to say not silent check because we want to break here, not here. Wait, what? Why are we running a totally, oh, because we're in release. We're in release. Okay, we were totally running the wrong thing. I have this speed simplify comment. How's it going to tell me months later? By telling me that there's something that I can simplify there. That's how it helps me. How do you think? Okay. Value type. All right. So we are here. We're here in struct polymorph. And honestly, okay, so struct polymorph kind of cheats. The way that this works is assuming that we have all the arguments at once anyway. Okay, so now let me think about this and re-question what I'm doing. Because if I'm saying we don't let you have a partially specialized struct for now, because it's honestly not that important. It's something that we should do later, but it's not that important. I may be just deciding not to do this thing. So first of all, bake arguments. I mean, we can leave this capability turned on, that it works for structs. I think that's good, but it doesn't actually do anything new. And to make it do something new, we would have to rewrite the way struct baking works, which we should do eventually. It's just that if we're going to work on the compiler, there's more important things. Even if we're going to work on polymorphism, there's more important things. So I'm kind of thinking that we don't do any more here now. I'm kind of thinking that we just test this and check it in and just say, okay, we made bake arguments work. It's not a big deal. We move on. Does if accept the same sorts of arbitrary expressions that run does? No. The reason is, so originally I thought it would be cool for if to just kick off a run directive implicitly, but it's like, I would rather the programmer knows what's happening. So you can say if run and then an arbitrary expression, but you have to put the run, basically. It won't like magically do it. Because you just don't, like doing compile time execution is a thing that you don't want to happen when you don't know what's happening, right? So That's where I am on that right now. Okay, so let's make a release build and we'll run the tests. Okay. Now the other question is, I was talking about making bake constants work on structs. I'm not sure that that makes sense. Like I don't think it. Maybe it does. I need to think about that. It might, except it can't yet because we can't even put the polymorph constants into the struct. So I think this is the order of operations. One, I'm going to go address maybe a couple more bug reports from beta testers. Well, one, we're going to run tests and check in. Two, I'm going to go address some more bug reports from beta testers. Three, we make it so you could put like $ variables and stuff in struct arguments, which might be a big sub project. And then once all that is done, then we can come back and look at bake constants. What does it accept by default, like expressions involving constant variables? Yes. I think C++ is this way as well now, but it didn't used to be. But it's very well defined what is a constant expression, right? So like there's like whether something is a constant expression or not is not arbitrary. It's guaranteed, and so you know that you can put that inside an if. Like constant expression folding is guaranteed to occur in the front end prior to things like static if. You don't understand what const does or is. It doesn't do that much. Well, it's okay. Const in C++ is a way to avoid linkage errors for globals in header files. Is the most useful thing about it. It also can be used to pretend like your code is faster if you put it on arguments. Are type parameters constant expressions? They are. So if you mean like here where we're saying a table of certain things, yeah, these have to be constants because at the end of this expression, this has to be a type that's instantiable at runtime, right? So whatever goes in here has to be known at compile time because we don't like somehow dynamically choose the type at runtime. That would be a very interpreter thing to do. Is there any way to examine which way an if evaluated in a debugger? I mean, if you step in, you'll just go into one way or the other, right? That'll tell you. You don't have to worry much if you write in C. Yeah, I mean, look, if you don't understand const, don't worry about it. Just keep programming, and as you understand the language better, you might see the need for that or not. It's not a very, it's not one of the most important C features. You didn't think C++ allowed a code generation change for const? Look, I don't even know because I don't pay that much attention to C++ anymore. So I'm not really sure what the rules are now. Have I played with Rust? No. I don't think one can play with Rust. It's too much work. Although I guess you can play TIS 100, so maybe you can play with Rust. Okay. Later we will probably open this up to allow partial. Okay. All right, let me look at my bug reports. Dude, I get so much email now. Damn it, bro. So, okay, that's a separate bug that I don't want to fix right now. All right. Let me just look at some of these. Somebody emailed 4 bugaroonies. We're going to put them here. And then we're going to see what's up. Okay, 0 equals 0 in the enum is treated as an assignment to a variable. Oh. That's bad. That's very weird. Okay. Oh. So we're not disallowing certain kinds of statements in the body of the enum, which is not great. Okay, this is weird. Oh, wait. So this is happening because this is inside a procedure? No. That is wacky. It's not that wacky. Like yeah. So I guess we aren't ever like validating this scope, except that that's I'm not sure when that happens though. That okay, we must be okay. Let's just see when that happens. Because if we were just discarding the statements, which would be my assumption, we would never get an undeclared identifier 0. All right. I want a better name. Okay. So undeclared identifier. Probably this. Maybe that. It's this. Okay, so we're in report undeclared identifier. Oh, because this statement is queued. That's why. Okay. Blah. Wait, it's sleeping. Like what? Okay. So this operator is that equals operator. Line 6, right? Line 6. So this is getting queued. Which honestly we shouldn't allow. All right. I almost never break on this, so it's harder for me to find atomic increment. That's it. So we want to just see where this is getting queued. It's going to be getting queued from BLive, like make expression BLive in Datascope or something. Yeah, make statement BLive in Datascope. Okay, so is statement level true? Okay, so this is weird. This is maybe not what we should be doing. All right. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Actually, wait, I think actually they get desugared before this. Okay, so okay. Dude, I hate typing in this thing. We'll just break after the first of those so we don't spam if you put a giant thing in there. Okay, so there we go. So this is important because this is a common oops, it's the wrong file. This is a common problem that C programmers are naturally going to do, because that's sort of the syntax for doing an enum in C++, right? And so we can actually put more information like we've been doing. So what we can do is say if it's an equals operator, what file did we just edit? BLive, yeah. I should also verify that this doesn't break on existing code. So that's just a little syntax hint that people can have. Yeah. And actually, we don't need anything extra there. We can just do that because we don't want to report the location twice. Okay. Great. No clue what I'm even making. Well, what I'm making is a programming language. What people in chat are making, I don't know. I don't know, man. Okay, so next. There's no textual form of the intermediate representation, no. Okay, let's see if that broke on anything. If not, we could probably check it off. Game compiles. Let's run it. Yeah, dude, guys, I was having a terrible time on Twitch today. Although I think in most cases, like watching during the break, but I think in most cases that was my home internet being terrible. All right, so this is all good. Great. Still more polymorph bugs to figure out. Well, there's some feature stuff we want to do on polymorphism. And okay, so some of the bug reports we are getting are related to polymorphism as well, but they are related to a feature that's like not actually in there. Okay. So we are actually using static if. Which I guess is fine for now. I guess that's fine. Like, it probably works. We should verify that that works. Okay. Good thing I tested that. Static if means compile time if. Yes, it does. It does mean that. Okay. Great. Okay. I have a no check. What? Guys. What am I doing with the no check-ins? Oh, yeah. No, we do verify that. Because we would have errored. We would have errored if we hit a bare identifier here. So we're actually... Although... I'm a little confused. I guess that's supposed to be the output of that. It all appears to work. I'm confused. Oh, we're only... No. Okay, so we're doing that identifier substitution at parse time. Which is, that's a little weird. I'm okay with it for now. It's a little weird. All right. Okay, great. So I'm going to commit that. That is one of this dude's 4 bug reports completed. What happens if you put an assignment into an if inside of an enum? I believe that we will catch that. Let's try it. So you're saying, what if we say... if howdy right, hello equals 5, whatever, right? Hopefully we catch that. Okay, this is actually, we need to fix that. Oh. Lol. We didn't catch it, guys. Dang it. Okay, I got to put this somewhere else because of that. Okay. So I can go back to make statement be live in data scope, and I can put this check there. I'm not thrilled about that because it's slightly slower. But we're going to do that for now because we have to be correct. Okay. Okay. So we're just going to do, first of all, we can combine these two ifs, and then everything else below it as well. Like, do this, else, whatever. Okay. So if it's not uncontained, how do I know what's the scope? Scope. How do I know? We have belongs to enum. We're spending all that memory to store that crap. Ooh, we're going to have to make that smaller at some point. Okay, that comment is still valid. Okay. So instead of it, this is going to be expr. Illegal break, jailbreak. All right. So yeah. There we go. We detected it now, bro. Instead of statement type, we're just going to say invalid statement inside an enum. Let's make sure we did do the vanilla one, the vanilla ice one. Okay, so we got it, invalid statement inside an enum. And then if we don't do that, we catch this one down here. Great. Shows me what happens when I do, oh, let's make sure we didn't break it. Yeah, the if comment was contradictory because I wrote that before I realized that if was supported. Other stuff is not supported though. So like macros and stuff are not supported inside an enum. We can do that, but I would have to change the way it's implemented, which I may do later. If accepts the same sorts of things that can appear after x colon bool colon. Yeah, they're exactly the same set of things. They have to be constant expressions, right? So on the right-hand side of a double colon declaration, or in an if, or as a struct parameter, or are there any other cases? Like automatic value bakes for procedures, right? So if you have an argument to a procedure that's like $x colon float, right? Well, it'll also get type checked against float, but before that even it has to be a constant expression. Will the red text still pop up on errors after release of the compiler? Yeah. You're just wary of terms like const expr that C++ is so confused about. Yeah, I honestly don't. I mean, I'm sure the C++ version is gnarly and terrible because everything in C++ is, but I do not actually know how C++ goes with regard to this because I bailed from C++. I mean, I obviously still use C++, but I stopped paying attention to features long before all the like const expr evaluation stuff was a thing that people cared about. I mean, honestly, I started bailing on C++ as soon as IO streams happened, which is like the beginning of it. But I progressively expanded the list of things that I didn't deal with as the language got bigger. Okay. Okay, so that was enum datascope assignment. Foreign call varargs stb. Let's see what this is. stb sn printf. Uh-oh, did I break it? If U8 args are passed. Okay. So .any for C standard library routines is, you know, kind of a lie, right? It's not really any, it's, this means C varargs basically, right? And so we're not doing the thing for C varargs where all floats are doubles and where all ints are like int, right? Which on 64-bit, are they signed 64? It's probably varies by compiler, right? Or are they signed 32? Like what do they get casted to? You assume I'm against templates in C++. I use a very small amount of very simple templates in C++. Have I ever looked at the code of the CPP compiler? Not really, no. You think for games programming, a lot of the new C++ features are largely irrelevant? What's relevant? Like what are the features relevant to? Games are the hardest things there are to program. So if those features aren't good for games, what are they good for? Everything up to int becomes int. Everything else up to long becomes long. What's between int and long? Okay, so at least this is not a mystery what the problem is. It's just I never did this. Okay. Yeah, like this is no surprise that these don't work. All right. So I have to find the place where this happens and make it work. Long, which can be either int or long size, depend. Right. Okay. Right. I was assuming that int was something sane like 4 bytes and long was 8, but of course that is not necessarily true. We're just going to claim that that's true for now. I'm glad you liked The Witness. We worked hard on that game. Thank you for playing. All right. Are we expanding closed beta users? No. Why would we perpetrate violence on our closed beta users? They can stay whatever size they would like to be. Okay. Yeah. This is an important fix for people using varargs in C. So this would be in typer. Is for non-native calling convention, right? So that gets set on this make varargs. Here we go. So if it's a string, we make sure we convert it to S8. Okay, that's all that we do right now. This is where this would go. Okay, so we need float to float 64, right? Is that correct still? Like float 32 should become float 64 in varargs, and anything smaller than int should go to int. Right? Oh, no, we do float to float 64. Look. I already thought of that. We just don't do the smaller integers. Okay. So, if it's less than 4, and then how, like an unsigned int should stay an unsigned int, right? It shouldn't go up to S64 just because it's unsigned. Like int or unsigned int should be unchanged. So it's just this. Can't believe I didn't think about smaller integers. Maybe I was just like, hey man, it's little endian, it'll work out. Let's put this up here with this. Okay. Hey, it's 33s. It's 33s instead of a garbage number. Fixed. I hate trying to phrase things correctly in bug reports. Fixed that integers smaller than were not properly promoted upward in C varargs calls. Right? That's the right thing. Let's make sure our tests still go. You never know when something was relying on that bug. I defined defin twice, 1686 and 93. It is a common variable. Oh, yeah. No, you're right. All right. Cool. One last line of code. Do you make these bug files part of my test suite? For this one, I probably should, but I'm going to be lazy right now. Sometimes I do. If I think that there are things that are likely to break, I do. Like the deal is at some point later, we're going to need a much more thorough test suite that like intentionally tests everything. And that's not what we exactly have right now. I'm 0 extending unsigned in 8 and in 16. I am casting things up to 32 bits according to the semantics of this programming language. Because it's not C. Which, yes, would 0 extend those things. Oh, whoops. Right. Let's make sure the game runs. Is the video and audio delayed? I don't know. I can't tell you the answer to that. Okay, so it's all working. Watch, I've got another no check-in. I don't this time. All right, now, so basically it looks like I didn't do anything, right? So what I did here is I said, if it's small, do a check that types match. But this actually inserts a cast. So the reason we're taking the address of this thing in the expressions array is that if we need to cast to type def S32 because it's not S32, oh, you know what? Should we make it unsigned? I don't think it matters. We could promote small unsigned things to U32 and signed things to S32, but I don't think there's any practical case in which it makes a difference. I don't think. Okay. So that's great. Two out of 4 down. Let's see what's next. Function arg parsing. But the error is focusing on the colon in the second arg. I mean, maybe this is something we can do something about. This is the kind of thing I'm okay with punting on as well, but let's see if it's easy. Like weird, like parsing helps like this is like, the thing is, all of it has a relatively short lifetime because when we change the language syntax, all of anything I do right now pretty much changes, right? So, so we're just going to break when we report an error. And no, not release build. Stop. Stop. Debug build. Okay. So we're expecting, I have this expect and eat function that's a very simple, like, hey, we should be at this character. So we're in parse expression. Because we were in parse scope entry. I don't know if this will still be a valid token. So we got open paren. So we figured it was a parenthesized expression. Interesting. Wait, no, because of... Wait. Okay, wait, we got a colon here. Let's go to... Is it that second colon? Line 4, character 29. Yeah. So we're already there, like up here. With the identifier of test. Wait, what? How'd we get... Wait, what? How... Okay. So this was confusing. Hold on. We're doing something weird before this. So we're getting to... Okay, this is this open brace. Never mind. So we parse one statement. It's a scope entry. The identifier... Okay, never mind. It's not weird. Except it is, though. Okay, I think this token... 13... I think it's actually that one. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. So this just calls parse expression helper and then does this left associate thing, coming back up. Okay, that's what's confusing. We actually parsed something. And then we got something, a colon, right? No, a comma. Oh, wait. Okay. So we actually put this. It's just this part. Okay, this part is the part that like failed. This didn't parse anything else. But we got a comma. Let's actually, okay, let's, this is the place where we could do something better. Oh. Because we said there's a comma here, so we expect more arguments, but then we didn't successfully parse any more arguments, right? Okay, so we're going to go in here. Oh. No, we did. We got an identifier. So we saw the colon. A colon is not part of an expression, so we just got size. So, okay, so we got a comma-separated argument with like whatever that is. This is weird. Come on. Oh, guys, this is a multiply. That's a binary multiply, etc. So this is annoying. Okay. The deal is we parse some stuff, and then when we get back, what we do, we parse a bunch of comma-separated things, and we say, hey, they could be any expression. And then when we get back, we make sure that they are declarations. And the reason we do that is because sometimes you want to be able to just write a procedure signature without the full declaration there. So we have this parsing routine that does one thing or the other. And so because it's not necessarily parsing declarations, it's a little bit confused. I'm not sure there's really anything I can do about this right now. I don't have a good idea about what to do. As long as OX80 stays OX80, yeah, it would. It would, assuming it's unsigned. Looks like a beginner mistake. Not sure it's worth solving that. I agree it's a beginner mistake, but it is worth solving it to a degree because you want to help beginners out and give them low friction. The question is, if I end up doing annoying or bad things, in order to do that, it's not necessarily worth it because, again, this is a shorter term concern. C does actually specify that everything goes to S32 except for U32. Okay. Yeah, that's what I actually did is I did less than 32 bits goes to S32. So I will leave it that way. Sounds good. Sounds good. I didn't want to comment on stuff like the Dion project or whatever, but I will so that people stop asking. I mean, I didn't see the presentation. I saw the little, I don't know, there was like a 1 or 2 minute blurb that I think I saw on YouTube about it. And like, it's fine, but like, it's the kind of thing that we had in the 1980s, except with smoother animation. So I haven't seen that it does something dramatic or new in that regard. Which is fine, right? Because maybe, okay, so that kind of idea, like, hey, we're going to let you program the syntax tree directly, right? That's like the beginning of a serious idea rather than the end of the serious idea. If that's all it ends up being, then it's like, well, it didn't really do that much. But if that's the beginning of it, and then they discover new things that they can do with that are powerful, then I'm for it, right? But the demo that I saw was just like, hey, we've got animated text and it's the syntax tree, and like, you know, I mean, people had Java IDEs that did that stuff, right? Like, it's not a new thing. And so the question is just what can be done with the idea that people didn't do with it. And so I'm a little bit leery of it just because the video was all about this, like, hey, let's market our project thing, right? And that's where a lot of people go wrong. They get too interested in marketing their project and not interested enough in not marketing their project. I should go watch the talk. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I don't. Is it for what reason should I watch the talk? Can you give me a reason? And I'll just see if I'm convinced by the reason. We'll play that game. One way to deal with this args comma separated expression ambiguity is to make tokenizer produce a tree such that ... becomes one token. Then simple look ahead would allow to choose the right parse. Yeah, that's a very big change, and I'm not sure that that's really the right thing globally. Like, that might help with this case, but I'm not sure that it helps broadly speaking. What we could do something like set a flag that says, hey, we produced a generally unhelpful error message. So if someone higher up can provide more context, that might be helpful, maybe. I don't know. Because this is kind of a common case. So really any additional information that we could provide would be good. They kind of go in more detail on where they plan on taking it, areas they want to investigate. I mean, that's fine. I could watch the presentation of after they investigate and have results. That's cool, you know. I mean, if you guys look up, let's see. So there was this whole phrase called refactoring IDEs in like the 90s, which was exactly about this kind of thing. Let's see when the first one was. It's not in Java. It was called refactoring IDE, but like all these refactoring systems were about understanding the syntax tree of the program and then doing stuff, right? Um, I don't know. These are all still relatively up to date, but anyway, you get what I'm saying. JetBrains had something in like 2001. Yeah, there's stuff that's even earlier than that. That was like a big commercialization, right? But like there were research projects that go way back. And they didn't have as good graphics probably. If the storage format of the code itself is already in such a format, it can dramatically improve how IDEs work. Yeah, I just don't agree with that thesis. I don't think you should store code that way. And the reason why is A, it prevents you from using other tools, and B, the syntax tree should be unambiguous anyway, right? Like loading text is fast, converting that text to a syntax tree is fast. So like what do you actually gain by storing the syntax tree? Except lock in for a particular tool set? I'm not sure. You do gain that people can't make a parse error of a certain kind, right? But you lose the ability to type freely, which is a pretty big ability. Like I just don't buy it. I don't buy the thesis, their core thesis. Now that said, maybe they'll do something cool with it, but I just don't buy it. The IDEs give up on understanding the semantics. I mean, sometimes they do. In languages like this one, they don't. You give them the semantics. So, you know, I just don't. Anything with real-time error reporting and refactoring would be very cool. I mean, Visual Studio does real-time error reporting. I don't like it. It's not that good, but it does it. In the talk, they say it's only the beginning of the idea. Yeah, I agree with that. And that's what I'm saying is like, it's cool. Like the beginning of an idea is a totally fine place to be because that's how everything starts at the beginning. It's just, you know, as an old graybeard who's been around a long time, it's hard for me to be hyped about the beginning of a project when that's a similar thing to what's been done many times, right? Now, once they get it somewhere where they can do like solve serious problems about programming, then I start to get hyped about it, right? But that's not where it is right now. So the question is just, can they get it there? Can they get it to a point where they're actually solving serious problems? Or, I mean, maybe it's not for industrial programming, maybe it's more like fun programming, and then like, is it actually more fun, right? So there's different places you could take it. You know, maybe it's for to make things highly visual to make it easier for beginners, and then you could say how effectively does it do that? And does it pour the milk out from my refrigerator that's a week over expiration date because I've been traveling? That would be great if it did that. Visual Studio errors are heuristics. Well, it sort of has its own entire non-linearly heuristic compiler. That's like a huge number of lines of code. It's a little strange to try to ask for semantic analysis to the IDEs when people are moving to languages like Python without types. Yeah, but those aren't the good programmers who are going to be writing the good software. I hate to say it, but it's true. Yeah, all these scripting languages, it's true. Actually, what Gura33 just said, all these scripting languages are realizing that not having types is kind of a mistake, and you know, they realize that they're paying a lot. You rely a lot on intentional syntax errors while working on code. I do that sometimes. Like, if I'm about to leave off for the night, I'll just put an intentional syntax error at the place where I was working on, right? But you could just add something to the language semantics that was like intentional syntax error, right? Python is adding types and everyone is hyped about that. Yeah. Yep. Can you use this language to generate data types from database schema and write them into files as part of the compilation process? Yes, you can do that. Yep. It's pretty easy to do that, honestly. Pretty easy. Pretty easy. Okay. So what do I do? Maybe, maybe we return back up and because we're going through some like more generic code here. And then okay. This is okay. No, this is. There's not really anything we can do about this right now. I'm going to punt on this one. So I thought that we would be in parsing a procedure header here, but we're not. This is like a general declaration. So, oh wait, we're in parse lambda. Actually, yeah. Okay, hold on. So we're returning null. Yeah, okay. Well, because we didn't have a... Okay, hold on. Let's do it again. Run it back. So I think we return up to parse scope entry. Okay. So if we reported a parse error, okay, this is where we could do it. I'm not sure how helpful this will be in a common case, but we're going to do it. So Wait, this isn't the right. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Sometimes it's hard to think about these things. The identifier is test. Oh, no. Okay, yeah, this lambda is the outer lambda. Never mind. I was so confused. This lambda is the outer lambda. This one is the inner one. See, if I actually do what I was about to do here, it'll say the right thing in this case, but it'll say the wrong thing in other cases. I'm going to punt on this. I'm just making that executive decision. We can come back to it some other time. It's not that important. Let's try this. Okay. That's actually right. There should be a semicolon, even if it's... Oh, right, because we allow the semicolon to be elided. Okay. This is a... Do I allow it to be elided in this case? I think so. I think so. This is sort of... Okay, so here we parse a declaration. Okay. Okay, we're just going to add an exception right here. If it's a declaration, we're going to leave this. With struct or enum in the type slot. Don't require a semicolon. Okay. with no expression don't require a semicolon. Example, x colon struct a is int. Okay. It's called type inst. This is still a little bit, like there's going to be weird cases where you need a semicolon anyway, but we're just going to do this for now. Okay, so okay, well, that's because we built debug. Okay, well, that's because we didn't do it right. Line 4122. Come on, bro. Okay. This is on line 3. That's the wrong one. Wait. What did we report? Wait, we already did the error. Oh, so this check that I added is too late. It is, you are too late, Mr. Bond. Okay, hold on. Why are we too late? Oh, because parse declaration. We have a thing called declaration needs semicolon. All right, we're going to do that. This is fine. Okay. If there's no expression, we do this. Great. Hey. Well, did we somehow break things? It's possible. I don't think so. I'm getting tired, folks. How long are we on the stream so far? Going on 4 hours for this, and we did like 4.5 hours before. I feel like it hasn't been a super fast, productive day, but we did get some fixes. Is lexical grammar formally described and analyzed? No, it is not. And that is because I do not care. It's because it's the least interesting thing I can think of right now. Okay. So, permit declarations that have a struct or enum in the type slot, but no expression slot to omit semicolons. That's not quite the right way to say it, but whatever. Okay. Okay, I'm going to reply to this dude. 3 of these are fixed in the next beta. With function arg parsing, it is hard to do better right now. Maybe something can be done there later after another pass on the parser, but that is lower priority than some of the other stuff waiting to be done right now. Okay, still fine. We very rarely do won't fixes, but that's one of them. That's a dude who reported us 4 bugs 3 days ago, and the one that's a won't fix is kind of trivial. Great. Okay. Did I check that in? I don't think so. Let's check that in. And then we have a bug that is related to the polymorphism feature that I was saying that we need to add, that we haven't added. But the fact that it's crashing right now is bad. It should at least be saying, hey, bro, this is not really working. So let's go see what's happening there. Oh. Is it crashing? We can't tell. It's asserting. In copy expression to global data. So what we don't handle right now is matching polymorphic procedures, like polymorphing thing. This is a polymorphic procedure, this quick lambda thing. And here we know the type of it, but we don't actually handle polymorphing in contexts like this yet. That's the thing that I'm saying is going to be added. All the infrastructure is there to make it work now. It just doesn't work yet. That is a feature I would maybe like to deliver for this next beta, but I want to at least make this not crash before we do that, because the fact that it's crashing indicates a place where we will need to ensure that this works eventually, and so having an error there is probably a good idea, right? An error in it. Like, it's bad that the compiler doesn't realize it's not handling it, is what I'm saying. If it knows it's not handling it, that's fine. And we have similar cases that are caught. So I'm not sure why this one isn't caught, I guess. That's the other thing. Okay. So we're copying this expression. It's this thing called R value. Oh, because Visual Studio sucks, we have to say int k equals 1. God damn, dude. Fix your thing. Fix your thing. Okay, now we can know what R value is because we said int k equals 1. If you want to succeed in the game industry, say int k equals 1. That's all I can tell you. It's my best advice, honestly. Okay. This is a lambda, but it's probably polymorphic, yeah. So we didn't actually polymorph this. Did we do a check that types match somewhere? I thought we would have. We probably did. Okay. We're just going to put an error right here, even though there may actually be a better place to put the error. Wouldn't that help to parse the language? I don't know. Do we parse the language right now? I'm not really aware of needing help parsing, but okay. I'm trying to remember what error message I already put for this. Like, I swear we could actually put this in copy expression to global data instead. I think if I do this, it's actually going to go off. We're just going to put this in, and it's actually going to trip on existing code, and then it will narrow it down. I don't know. That's really not a good error message either. But we can also say defining a polymorph and expression inside a struct or array literal. Not yet supported, but it will be soon. Okay. We're just going to say that, right? This is just a way of just showing that we've got things under control. Okay, the problem is this is not necessarily the we want to provide some outer information as well. Yeah. So, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's it for now. So the real fix for this is going to be to actually support polymorphism by casting. But after that happens, this will catch anything that slips through the cracks. And before that happens, it'll keep people from crashing. Okay. Although he says he's got a different problem in this other case. Okay. Let me paste this in. So I'm checking that in. I am. Let's put it in the change log. All right. So now this thing he said was giving us circular dependencies. Yes. Okay. That seems real bad. Seems like it is very confused. But it knows it's confused. It's saying, hey, we're asserting that an error has been reported, but it wasn't. Good, because if we're confused after that, that's fine. Oh, this is a good place to have a... Wait, what? Oh, we're at when checking the... Why are we printing when checking the return value? Oh, I see. Okay, so it's already wrong here. See, report no label doesn't signal that an error has been reported, which means we won't stop compiling. So this is expecting some other report to have happened already. I mentioned I want to make a more profound test suite. I wouldn't say profound, but a very thorough one, yes. Eventually. Elaborate on that? No, it's not. I don't want to talk about it right now. It's a different... I'm working on other things right now. Are we also fuzzing the compiler? We were, but the type of fuzzer that we had running only... it wasn't as high powered as it needed to be useful beyond a certain amount of time. So we sort of got the use that we were getting out of that. And we just sort of need a different fuzzer at this point. Okay. Check that types match. And then it's, okay, so we said no. We said not silent check, and I bet this is the same thing. Probably we're not like catching it. Let's see. Let's see. We're just going to check. So I want to make sure that this is the right stop. Sometimes, okay, yeah. Sometimes you get to a thing multiple times before the actual problem happens. So I was just making sure that that was not what was going on. So now we're just going to step through, and it's going to be the procedure matching probably. So the question is, like, maybe it's a yield that we're not. Wait, it's number flags? What? Okay, we have no switchable expressions. Wait, what? why am I not checking that number types match? Okay, that's weird. This could break some code maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Okay. So hopefully this doesn't require a switchable expression given. Sure doesn't. Okay, well, let's see what happens. Returning false silently here was the problem. You're supposed to, if silent check is false, or if silent check is false, you're always supposed to be noisy when you return an error. Well, we did want switchable expression given. Okay. Well, okay, this isn't great, but it's better than the compiler crashing and barfing. So let's make sure that that's reporting the right thing, and then we can make it have more information. So the return value of this is S64 because that's an int literal. And this wants U32. Yep, that's fine. This is correct. So now when checking the return value, so we could say when checking it against what, right? When checking against the return type defined here, against return type %d defined here, right? Maybe that's more information. So, but, oh, blah. Let's do that. Okay, great. That gives us more information. And fixed an error where procedure mismatches would not be reported if the return type was a number, which then confused the compiler greatly. Whoops. Okay. Let's make sure that didn't break anybody. Hope it didn't. Hope it didn't. I'm glad you got something done today. Good job. Maybe report the line of the declaration too. Yeah, we could do a little bit more. Let me start the commit because I have in my paste buffer the, whoops. No, I didn't want to update. Stop. Okay. So thankfully that did not cause anything bad. So if the overall site where we're doing this, I mean, I kind of want something where it's like if the site is not too close, but let's see if it helps in this case. I feel like it's actually not going to be that useful. Wait, are we on B? Yeah, I mean, it's just like, ideally you might say, well, you should go all the way up to the struct literal thing. But that is a very special case. I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to do this for now. So did this guy report a third problem, or was that basically it? You can't yet polymorph a procedure by type matching it in something like a struct literal, but that functionality is coming soon. Okay. We've responded to so many beta people today. Okay. Oh, we got a new email at 5:37 p.m. Should I read that one? Let me look at this one. This is one by the same dude. I think it's the same problem, but let's make sure. Sure looks related. Okay, so yeah. Yep, it just comes from trying to put this in a struct literal. So we have handled that as well. Great. Here's yet another one. This looks like the same bug that we just fixed. I love it when we get multiple reports for the same bug that we just fixed, because that means that we fixed it. Yeah. So this was causing a bunch of spam. Yeah. So we actually took this last one out because it's just reporting the same thing again, right? So there we go. You know, instead of saying number sizes don't match, that's too vague. We should use that wanted and given string, right? Yeah. Although yeah, okay. Just saying number sizes don't match is not that helpful. There we go. We wanted S64. Wait. No, that's bad. What? What? We have these in the wrong order. Wanted S64 given U32 is fine. Wanted U32. Like what? Bro, sometimes the simple things. Sometimes the simple things. What? I'm in this file. What do you mean line number 1 to 9? Gosh, all right. All right. So wanted. Why are these backwards? Oh, right. They can't cast in this case, right? Saying wanted and given. Okay, so the deal is sometimes when we get here, the two things are peers. We just want to know if these two functions match. Let's make sure that that's what's going on, but usually that's with a symmetric binary operator, but didn't set the position on that. Bro. Okay, so wanted on here is line 2. Given is line 7. So line 2. Oh, no, that's right. Okay, so what I was thinking about was okay, let's put more information. These types must be the same. No casting is possible. Okay. That's better because I was thinking, wait, S64 is bigger than S32 or whatever. Like, why? S64 is bigger than U32. So usually if I say wanted S64 given U32, I'm like, wait, that should cast, right? So I'm making clear that, like, okay. That is better. That said, the bug that he reported it for, okay. Great. Provide more information in the previously not so helpful number sizes don't match error. Great. Great. How's it going, everybody? I'm doing great. I'm a little tired, but I'm doing great because the bugs are going away. Except now I have 3 reports from someone new that just came in. So we're going to look at as many of these as I can do without getting too tired. Do I have a blog with more details? Nope. No blog. Isn't that correct? Since we're trying to assign a procedure returning S32 to a procedure returning S64. Yeah, you probably said that before I realized what the problem really was. The way that's represented, so in that code we were just looking at, we were checking if switchable expression given is null or not, right? And what that means, again, this means, hey, there's nowhere to insert a cast, right? If switchable expression given is non-null, that means you could insert a cast by putting it in that pointer, right? Since this is non-null, it means we've recursed down into the type expression, which means this is a place where you can't cast, right? i.e. like you're internal to a type, like a function type or an array type or whatever. So this just used to be a very unhelpful error message, and we made it more helpful. Okay. Great. Okay, so we got this downloads. We will put them here. Compile me crash. Let's see if we fix that. We might have. Nope. However, it looks like it done. Any crash in the parser is just like not that hard. So that's great. I'm happy to see a parser crash because like, oh my God, those are easy. Is it called parse me, compile me crash? Okay. We expected something and didn't get it. And then I'm sure we're just returning null to something, right? Yeah. So if we didn't see, it's always possible to get nothing back and then actually, you know what? Hold on. From parse expression, that's true. From parse block, I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, wait, error has been reported. Right, so that's not going to change anything. Anyway, we're like returning null from here sometimes. I don't think that's good. Yeah, so we're returning null like up here, right? So we're reporting the error. I should have just run to that. Okay. We get no statement. Yeah, we should just return result here. Oh. Really? What? Okay, so it's, see, we're deep in like 5 or 6 frickin' parse blocks. So that is the problem. It's just in a different recurse. Okay, hold on. Actually. Okay. We're going to have to comment the other thing. Okay. Whoops, wrong build. There we go. No more crash. No more crasherino. So the run directive must have been like way up, a few lines up. Okay. So wait. Nope. Nope. This is bad. We just, okay. Okay, look. Look, people. Okay. Okay. We'll do that. Great. Okay. Fixed a dumb parser crash when there's an error inside the parsing of a run directive. Great. Great. So great. Okay. That was the first one of 3. Let's make sure we didn't break the universe. And then we'll check that in. We're fixing a lot of little pipsqueak bugs today. You know, these are not, none of these are mighty bugs, but sometimes you have to clear the space for the mighty bugs. You know? Overload operator taking a param. All right, so we can commit this. Symmetric polymo. All right. Procedure call did not match any of the possible overloads. Okay, so What's happening is this is being polymorphed, and we are not copying the lambda is symmetric flag when we polymorph. That's pretty straightforward. Oh, wait. No, but we are. But we are. Oh, except, I think there's two flags for this. Nope. Okay, I assumed that that was going to be the problem. Maybe this gets overwritten somewhere. I don't know. We're going to have to investigate. I thought it was going to be an easy peasy, but actually if it were that easy, we would have caught it probably. This is a little weird, but it's, you know, it's right. So, okay. Type given S64. Right. Let's just see. This might even be marked symmetric, and we're just not doing it correctly in that case or something. Okay. This is called this. Okay. I think that is symmetric. Yep. So it is marked as symmetric. We're just like not doing that correctly somehow. Is the polymorphism confusing the issue? We'll see. We're just going to start stepping through it. Okay. No, you know what it is? I'm going to warm up some tea, and I'm going to take a look at what happens for symmetry Um, I don't know. How's it going, everybody? I don't know. I think I was allergic to that spring roll sauce or something. It's been making my mouth feel funny. All right, we're going to do no caffeine tea for now. Or maybe mild, maybe a green tea. Wouldn't a nice green tea be nice? Yes, it would. You know, I never had my blue butterfly tea from Angkor Wat, and I should drink it before it gets old, if it isn't already. But I don't think late at night is the right time to experiment with this. So I'm going to leave it out to remind myself tomorrow to try that. Okay, the stream is now sponsored by TWG Moroccan Mint Tea that I bought in Singapore, and I also should drink before it gets too old. Because I bought it like more than a year ago. COVID just makes time fly, man. Most Moroccan mint teas, I think, are black teas, but this one's a green tea, which is strange, but that's okay. Has anyone in the beta ported Doom yet? Probably not. Probably not. You can actually die from drinking hot tea too often. I mean, you can die from drinking regular water too often. So, I'm not sure. Green tea really needs to be fresh to taste good. Yeah. But, like, do I want to throw it out? No. We'll see how it tastes. If it's not good anymore, we can consider ordering a new one from TWG. Have I been to Hong Kong? Yes, I was there last year. Are there major features in the to-do list before public beta? Yes. The first feature that has to happen is annoy people who are waiting for the public beta. I've been to Brazil. Yeah, I've been there like twice. That feature is already released and documented. Well, maybe. Maybe. Okay. So why is symmetric not working here? Let's just see. I think I put the breakpoint, right? Didn't I put a breakpoint like at the beginning? No. Dang it. Okay. So it's for this call here. Oh, you know, if it's polymorphic, I think I know what's wrong. I think the polymorph match doesn't just consider symmetry at all. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Okay. Okay, great. That is marked symmetric. Where's the handler for this? See, that's in type check arguments. So that's separate from sorting, right? Because sorting involves names and all these things. Okay. Okay, we're requesting a polymorph. So it's this part that doesn't work. Yes. So here we get this source lambda and all this stuff, and we assume that the arguments like match. Let me pour this tea before it gets too steeped. Should may already be. I don't know. TWGTs don't tend to seem that strong to me. So maybe it's fine. Okay. So the problem is that do polymorph assumes that the arguments okay. This is the part that is supposed to handle the symmetry. But maybe we failed before this? Okay. Yeah, okay. Here's the deal. We don't get that far because, all right, because, which one is it? Oh, it was called symmetric. So here's the thing. We are not going to be able to make a successful poly proposal from the first ordering of this. So T never gets a value, because for T to have a value, you need to match against vec2, which doesn't happen. So this fails earlier than that symmetry handling. So I did let it steep a little too long. Yuck. Ugh. I didn't expect it to be this. You know what? I'm going to make another one. You know, sometimes when I have teas I'm not used to drinking, I just don't do it right. Okay, this was something that completely slipped through the cracks, man. I tell you. Okay. Well, we can check. Check lambda. It's easier. Actually, the progress probably has the call on it, but... Wait, what? Dang it, bro. Why are we getting here twice for the same call? Oh, is this... What? What? Oh, maybe we yielded the first time? Okay, so this didn't... It's got a source lambda, it's got a generating call, it's got a generating overload, it's got the sorted argument list. We're in solving for matches and then we bailed. Okay, so... Okay, we are going to do a magical thing here. First, we're going to say that we have to explain, then I'm going to re-up my t here, and then we will go. We cannot steep as long this time. Okay. So here we're going to say so if it's a symmetric and we haven't restarted this for symmetry, that's going to go true. And then, dang it, dude, water stop boiling. Stop. Stop. Okay. So how long do I steep it this time, though? I don't even know. All right, we say restarted for symmetry is true. This is a little sketchy because I've never restarted progress on one of these before, but let's just say we're going to use a go-to, everybody. Oh, yeah, that's quality. It's quality programming. We didn't add this. Wait, this is an asked polymorph, not a do prog. Oh, jeez. See, I called it progress because it used to be a different kind. I got so confused. All right. So there we go. Oh, I better pour the tea now. Oh my God. We might have done bad. Let's see. Okay, better. Better. We did not screw it up as badly. Maybe the water was a little too hot this time, but that's okay. White boy like me doesn't really need to know how to make green tea. Wait, really? Oh, what a butt pain. What a butt pain. What a butt pain. Not really. It's actually pretty minor. Okay. 07. What? Okay, what? Okay. Debug build. Hey! Let's make it actually like print something. Okay. Now we just have to make sure that we didn't break nothing, and we're going to do this in debug builds because we're going to be paranoid. That is a mildly major thing that we just did. Mildly major. Whoops, not tests. Okay. Do I use incremental builds while building the compiler? I mean, Visual Studio does that by default. I don't think I use incremental linking, though, because it's too flaky. But like any C++ system, like whether it's make or, you know, an IDE will not recompile everything every time. This should give you an idea of what a real big project looks like, but don't expect to be doing this in the next few years. Yeah, it took me 38 years to get here. Well, I've been doing this compiler for 6 or 7 years, so 30-something years. And you should be able to do it twice as fast as me, so 17 years is a good estimate if you work hard. Okay. This is great. This is great. Very good. Very good. Okay, that's number 2 out of this guy's 3 or something. I don't know. Let's see how we're doing for compiler lines of code. Oh, I said no check-in, explain, and then I didn't explain. See, this is why we do no check-ins. Okay. Whoops. Let's put that on its own line. Or whatever. In this case, we won't get a match for T if we pass S64 first. So the normal symmetry handling inside type check arguments can't handle this because we never get there. So we need to try it both ways here. The reset of progress is a somewhat untested hack. We want to audit this later and formalize it. I explained, everybody. I made a good comment that explains. Explain in the membrane. Explain in the membrane. Okay, how big is the compiler? It's kind of going up in size again. Although this is a different version of clock than the one on the laptop, so it may output a slightly different number. Also, there might be some kind of junk file laying around, for all I know. That was a couple hundred lines higher than I was hoping for, though. Anyway, that is fine. Okay, what else? Symmetric polymorphism issue. Overload bracket first param. Wait, is that the same? I think this might be one from a different email that I missed. Wait, what? Nope, that's from this one. Okay, so the last one from this dude. So one dude sent us 4. This dude sent us 3. Overload bracket first param. Let's see what's going on. Array subscript must be an integer. Okay, that seems correct. Oh. Okay, so what's happening is we are we're type checking the integerness before we do the overload. But honestly, I don't think, see, I don't know if we want to support that. This is like, how C++ do we want to be, right? Like, it's one thing to overload subscripting for any base type, right? So that's like, hey, I want to make this thing. It's kind of like an array or whatever. But overloading subscripting for any value type is a different issue. Yeah, and he sort of even knows that. It's like, hey, should this generate a warning or an error? I'm not sure what the right answer is here. Do I think I could make it better by writing my own linker? I don't want to be in the business of writing a linker. Linkers are bad. They're terrible. Most of what they do is terrible. I don't, I'm just going to ignore it for a while. Is it possible to replace the Microsoft linker? Yeah, you could use a third-party linker for sure. Yeah, I'm just going to leave this one for now because I don't know what I want the long-term decision to be about whether we should allow that. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. The first two bugs are fixed in the next beta. The third one, I am not sure what to do at this time since the correct solution depends on whether we want to allow non-integer types in array subscripts. I am not clear on what the right decision is there. It is something to think about. Okay, but that's pretty good. He reported these 2 hours ago. We fixed two of them and said the third one is under advisement. Let's look at this one. Minor parsing issue for array literals that are immediately subscripted. Yeah, that's just the parser being weird. That totally should work, and it doesn't. It's a tiny one. It's a baby bug. Our metaprogram message intercept strongly ordered with regard to other expressions that we're yielding on the thing that just got compiled. Suppose I have a function foo s sum struct with a run inside. Do something with type of S and data from metaprogram. Is a compiler begin intercept metaprogram guaranteed to see the type checked message for some struct before the run directive is compiled or run? No. The answer to that is no. So in general, things are pipelined as strongly as possible, right? So the only time that you're guaranteed that you'll see that something won't run, for example, is if the thing can't run. So the way to make sure that something doesn't run yet is, for example, have it evaluate a placeholder that could only be substituted by the metaprogram, right? And the reason for that is because, you know, we want compilation to be fast. It's just super pipelined. You know, we don't want to send, like if we sent every individual declaration or whatever through the messaging system and then waited for you to respond to that, like, of course, this is a pathological case, but like, say we did that, compilation would be super slow, right? So we just blast them at you as soon as we can put them together. This is especially true because, like, look, you might be reading some messages and your user program might actually do something that takes a long time, right? We don't know. So even if we sent you the sum struct in one wave earlier, we might cycle back around and do the run and make all that happen before your metaprogram's like ready, right? And then it might come in the mail at that time. So yeah, the only, like the model is assume everything is just going to blast out, and the only way to have it not blast out is to explicitly prevent that in some way. So let me read the second part here. Is it safe for that run directive to have behavior tied to the metaprogram having already seen and processed the type check message for some struct, e.g. the metaprogram stashes some information about the struct and the run direction retrieves it and does something with it? Yeah, I mean, that is well defined. You can definitely do that. And in fact, the default ways of doing that are well defined. So like, you know, the metaprogram is going to put the information somewhere and then the run directive is going to read it. How would you do that? Well, maybe it's in a particular variable or something. That variable is not going to be defined until the metaprogram assigns the value. So that is, by definition, that's well formed, right? So I would use the placeholder directive for that. I don't remember if we have a how-to with placeholder, but if you search the examples in the modules for the word placeholder, you'll find it somewhere. But, you know, you can just say, I think this came up in a how-to. You can say like placeholder, you know, foo, and that just says that you're going to declare something called foo later and put it there. And then your metaprogram can declare foo and all that. It actually works right now without a placeholder, I think, still, although we're probably going to get rid of that. But also the thing about placeholder is you don't have to declare a type here. So the metaprogram can decide even what the type is. It's just you're using this variable as a way for that run directive to rendezvous with whoever's putting the value there. That reminds me, we got to set up the time. I think we're going to have, I need to go back on Discord, which I haven't been on for days, but I think we're going to have a beta user stream where we do like a Q&A with me, and the beta users can ask specific questions and all that. And then I can answer those. So this is an example of a relatively deep question that's like, yeah, if you're doing complicated metaprogram stuff, you want to know this, and it's not that well documented yet, and etc. Okay, so this thing doesn't parse, and that's probably just because we're lame. Is it array literal? Yeah, so we parse array literal. And the thing is, okay, it's from here. This is kind of a gross. Wow, we've got 2 go-tos in one game in one day, guys. All right, so that fixes that. We just weren't after we parse one of these, we weren't like going back to the thing. That's all. Okay. Let's make sure we didn't break nothing. What was this one called? Oh, it's in A. Let's make sure it works in the release build. All right. You know, I think it's Miller time, guys. I think a lot of tiny bugs got fixed. And we might do a late night stream with game stuff. We might not, but that's Miller time. And then I think next compiler stream is going to be functionality, the polymorphism by casting. I think that's the next big thing to do. I think we do polymorphism by casting and then ship the beta. Because that's something that a few people have been running into, and that'll be the most valuable thing. So as soon as that's in and at least a little bit tested, this goes out with all these little fixes. Not as big as the last beta probably, or the last few. Well, some, yeah, you know, some betas are big, some are littler. But we did all of this during today's 2 streams, by the way. And we did a lot of chatting too. So it's not like we've just been cranking. All right, let me double check that somehow we didn't nightmarishly screw up the game. Have I seen the puzzle Syzygy? I don't recall having seen it. Do we support GoTo? We don't right now. It's probably not hard to add. We don't actually have that. Okay, people are effing right now. Are all the beta people working on game-related stuff? No, I mean, I think everyone's working on whatever they're interested in. Some people are doing game stuff, but it's not just game people in the beta. Some people in the beta have no game experience. F again. It's the Steam Autumn Sale. Syzygy. It has a frog. It's an alt-right frog game. Okay, we could try this sometime. Maybe we'll do this tonight. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'll want to play a game on my own. Okay, do we try to raid somebody? Black Friday deals. That's science and technology right there. Extremely low latency offline Wikipedia browser. You keep on using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. Actually, offline. Okay, that could be low latency. It could be. Whoa, things like pop up when you mouse over them now, man. That's some high tech. Unity and Blender. I don't know who that is, so we might do that. We might do that raid just to have a new person. Hack Alt N Commander. Putting a watch together. All right. That's always good, putting a watch together. Hardspace Shipbreaker has had an update. Is it a good update? I don't know One Lives Left's username. Maybe it's not on Science and Technology channel. Okay, well, we could do that. We could rate our own programming language for the first time. See everybody maybe later tonight, maybe later during the week. We'll see. Bye, everyone. As soon as the raid counter goes down.